god. Things are not wanting to do what I want them to do. Alright, there we go. Alright. Bam! Get that out of there before it does things.
Another futile attempt by the Brotherhood. My castle is under siege.
He looks kind of cool. Cooler, I mean. Okay, first impressions. I like his new coat. But it still kind of looks like his old coat. You know? And I think that's cool. I think that's neat. I think it's neat that it looks like his original costume, but upgraded and a little bit sharper because of, you know, the Dracula. Oh my god, it gave me the stare. Hold up. Restart current mission. Yes. I had to do something earlier.
The Brotherhood's siege is in vain. I am.
There we go. I had to do something earlier and had to skip this. Sup. Not much. Just starting another new game of Castlevania. Lords of Shadow 2. I'm playing as Dracula. That's the main character in this one. Oh my god, why does this one hide the mouse? If I'm clicked on the game, I can't use the mouse. I want a chair like that, dude. It's so cool. Just talking about how his coat's cooler in this one. Oh, Gabriel. That drink sound. Okay, so that's the... Why would I just randomly jump? So it's the same as if he was using the battle cross? Or the combat cross? Why'd you throw it if you're just gonna pick it up? You gonna kill them with the cup? You gonna Riddick this?
We can take it.
Wait a second.
God protect us. What a timely coincidence. I'm dying for a little drop of blood.
Hold up. There's something completely wrong here. Why was that off? That should always be defaulted to on. Blocking is essential. Let me grab him. Oh, okay. Oh, I've got this on hard again. It's just a little bit different. Especially since it won't let me grab yet. Ah. That's a different button. I barely got any health from that. Barely got any health from that at all. That's terrible. Use the Void Sword to steal your opponent's life. When did he get this? Also, I'm noticing my light magic with this sword is coming back like crazy, and I have camera control, unlike the first one. Chaos Claws. Why would I want to? That's sick. Remember, use your Void Sword? Okay. Give me some sip! Well, how do I not use either of those? I'm probably at like the peak of my power or something, and I'll have to regain it later. Oh, look, climbing. Man, it's cruiser area. Oh, it's so much faster this time. The climbing is so much faster. We're all about Starbound now. At least I am. I'm all about Starbound now. Living that Starbound life. I have lost my Terrari way. A miserable little pile of secrets.
Miserable pile of secrets.
Yeah! There was no reason for you to say that right there. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
God is with me, monster.
That will be your ruin.
Tonight will be your last, Prince of Darkness.
All right.
Tonight will be your last, Prince of Darkness. You are going to die.
Gotta get back into it. It's only been a week. It's only been a week. All right. I'm coming for you, boy. How is it possible that you did not make that easily? I don't understand. I have fought so many Draculas in Castlevania. Oh, yeah? Wait for it. Boop.
Smash him against the castle.
I failed. I could turn those off. Okay, do I go around this way? Is that what I do? Ah, okay. Yeah, okay.
You shall not pass.
Ha! I'm gonna make you break your own robot. Woo! I'm standing right here. Woo! Woo! What an idiot. I was clearly standing right there. Oh, there's nowhere to go that way. Okay. Woo! Oh no! Look, more things to make you destroy, because for some reason the most powerful being in this world can't destroy it himself. Makes no sense, really. Just saying. God dang it. Woo! There we go. Okay. Boom! I'm liking this one a little bit more than the first one. What just happened? I have no clue what just happened. Woo! Hello. Oh, look, more of those things. Maybe you should stop shooting. You're helping me. How are you not seeing that you should stop shooting? How is he not seeing this? This is one of those games where I always think that I'm gonna be stuck in an animation if I... But you can guard instantly. So you can guard at any time, and I always forget about that. Why is your first thought to do that? That was gross, Gabriel. That was gross. You're gross now. He's gross. I destroyed a big old wooden robot. And I feel good about myself. He seems so weak compared to all the other Draculas that I've fought against. As last bosses in Castlevanias. Hey, like, bring it! Bring it! Oh, that's so sweet! Oh, jump. Thank you for telling me. Twin blades are so cool! I have an air dash. An air dodge.
I will purge the world of your presence.
Look at all these unblockables, man. Come on. Come on. I shall. Alright, let's go on offense. I got my fists. I know that it's unblockable. Yeah. Gotta remember. I gotta stop trying to dodge everything. Look at that. Yeah, knocked his helmet off with a punch.
Christus vivit, Christus regnet, Christus ab omni malo teleficat, maledictiet excommunicati daemones, in virtute storum factorum Dei nomi. I was like you once. But your God showed me another path. Messias, Emmanuel, Soter, Salahot, Atios, Inkiros, Athanatos, Jehovah.
Grab it. Yeah.
That's why the power of your God cannot desist, because I am his chosen one. Ubi fuerunt haec nomina et digna Dei, precipibus vobis, ad vos ut non habietas.
He's freaking saying the same chant. Dracula just killed those people with the power of God. A molten cross in hand. Is that a Belmont?
In ages long past, there was once a warrior who was both noble and brave beyond all measure. His deeds of heroism and skill in combat were legend. His name was whispered within the hallowed halls of men for countless generations. Yet now his name is lost. Lost in the mists of time forever.
Gabriel Belmont?
It is said that destiny delights in the misfortunes of men, and so it proved true for Gabriel Belmont. For even after defeating the Lords of Shadow and ending their reign of terror, his soul was consumed by the very darkness that he sought to destroy. As that ancient prophecy foretold, whomsoever defeats the Lords of Shadow will sit upon their throne to rule as the Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, but that's not how that happened.
And unknown to Gabriel, his beloved wife Marie conceived a son by him. The Brotherhood of Light warned her of that ancient prophecy and the terrible fate which lay before her husband. So, with heavy heart, she concealed her pregnancy. For it is written that only the blood of that lineage has the power to defeat the Prince of Darkness. Thus, When newly born, the child Trevor was hidden from his father and raised a holy warrior of the Brotherhood in secret, so that one day
Trevor?
he would to stand against his own blood, as foretold. That day would come, some 25 years later.
That shouldn't be Trevor.
Gabriel Belmont was now a powerful vampire known as Dracula, the Dragon. The Brotherhood of Light fought against the onslaught of his dark armies, which laid waste to towns and villages across the land, but to little avail. Trevor was now fully grown to manhood, and the truth of his origin and destiny of
Shouldn't that at very least be like Leon Belmont?
So he set out to confront his father and end his family shame forever. But Trevor failed and was mortally wounded in the confrontation with his father. He was no match for Dracula's terrible power. Yet, as he lay dying, Trevor finally revealed his true identity. Dracula was driven mad with grief and rage over the revelation. He desperately sought to save his dying son by giving him his own lifeblood. But it was too late, or so he thought. Dracula buried his son within the walls of his great castle, and then swore bloody vengeance upon the world. Raising an army of creatures beholden only to him, he struck with fury and merciless cruelty at humanity. He vowed to hunt God's children for all eternity. But fate still had one last card to play. Dracula's blood had power, and that power now coursed through the veins of his dead son, slowly reviving him over many years, until one night he emerged once more into the world, not as a man, but as a creature like his father. What had once been Trevor Belmont was now gone forever. He was now a vampire like his father.
Are you gonna tell me that Trevor is Alucard?
Like him, he would take the name Alucard,
That's so stupid.
opposing his father's capacity for evil. In that very moment, Alucard swore to destroy Dracula.
They're two different characters.
But fate had something else in mind. Meanwhile, Trevor's own son grew into a fearsome warrior with a reputation that far exceeded even that of his illustrious father. Simon Belmont knew little of his own lineage, nor his importance in the events to come. All he knew was that his mother had died at the hands of Dracula's minions when he was but an infant.
That child is not an infant right there.
With Dracula. Found and raised by the people of White Mountains, Simon had but one purpose in life: to destroy Dracula for the murder of his parents. After years of training in the arts of war, Simon set off for Dracula's castle and a date with destiny. Once in the castle, Simon met Alucard, and knowing little of the true identity of his companion, joined forces with him. Blood bound them together, and fate took a hand once again, as finally they met their dreaded foe in mortal combat. Simon defeated Dracula with his whip, and yet Alucard sensed that all was not as it should be.
You're telling too much. You should show, not tell. Jesus. Show, don't tell. Also, what is that? Trevor and Alucard are like alive at the same time. They freaking, they're friends. Trevor is not Alucard. This is stupid. Whatever. It's a different universe. Different universes. Castlevania, where Dracula is also kind of weak. where he has to struggle to jump to a hand as it's receding away of a giant robot. To the hand of a giant robot as it's receding away. There we go. Said that sentence properly, the way my brain wanted me to. That my mouth couldn't keep up for. Patrick Stewart! What is this inspirational music for the bad guy? Na, 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 na,
Unusual hiding place for the Prince of Darkness.
na, na, na,
Don't
na.
you think?
Zeldak, where have you been all this time?
Nice nips. They're all black.
And what have you? Why have you been hiding all this time?
Gabriel. Don't you dare call me that. He sent Dracul.
He said the thing. Wait, is this like after they had that talk or something and he fell out the window?
Satan's acolytes are readying for his imminent return. Help me stop him. Or you and I will become his favorite pets. For all eternity.
Oh, I guess it did already happen. You know, whoever gets told to fix that window is gonna be in for a surprise. So welcome to my playthrough of Crippled Demon Vampire Simulator.
Help me, and I can free you of your immortality.
I mean, yeah. So this is how the game is gonna play from now on, huh? Can't believe I get to move the camera.
Here, Joseph Gear.
Wait, I want to look at the prostitute. Hey, hooker. Look over here. Look over here. I think she has a black eye. That's pretty realistic.
Whatever you need, I've got it.
Pimp, don't play that. Time for some random thuggery. No? I thought there was gonna be like a random set of like 3 humans that decide to pick on an old man for no reason. That's what all the movies do. And then they die. He kind of looks like... He reminds me of Raziel a little bit right now. Okay. Okay, can't block. What the heck? Just supposed to get my old butt beaten? Aw, you're cool. Man, Lords of Shadow had really boring designs for enemies and stuff. This game is already better on the character design. Well, I'm gonna die if I don't try to get over there to feed. Maybe I can leave the lady and her daughter alive. Nah. Apparently I have to kill both of them. All 3 of them, really. Stock screams. Yeah, kill the child too. That's how you make me feel like I'm playing a good character. I'm not playing a good character. But you see, I don't have any choice in this game to make these decisions. So I don't actually feel that bad.
It pleases me to see you recovered, old friend.
Hello, Patrick Stewart.
Indeed. Old friend.
Dude, that dude is freaking awesome.
Our guest is just a little confused. I know what he wants. You see before you the legendary vampire killer. Your old weapon, if you recall. The only weapon capable of ending your immortal life. You thought it destroyed. But you see, you can have the eternal rest you crave after all. But first, you must help me. prevent Satan's return to the world. Then, I swear to you, I will deliver the fatal blow to your heart myself.
Oh, death.
You will fulfill that vow.
Won't spam me over for another year.
Since you sent Satan back to hell 1,000 years ago, his human offspring, or acolytes as they call themselves, have been dormant. I suppose that they, that all of us, feared your wrath and great power. But not now. Now, even my bodyguard is more than a match for you. The acolytes know you are weak and are preparing for their father's return. Now they fear.
Yeah, but he's death. What does he have to worry about smoking?
They fear the mighty Zabek.
Only you, in full possession of your powers, can defeat them. Follow me, please.
I want to know about that dude. The dude in the
We
armor.
must find and destroy the acolytes before they can
He's the
finalize
coolest.
preparations for Satan's return. It won't be easy. They govern the world of men from the shadows. Not even I know with any degree of certainty who or where they are. They won't come out into the light unless we can force their hand. The acolytes must never know who hunts them down. The element of surprise will give us the advantage until you are at full strength again.
What's especially funny is that all he has to do is drink a little bit of blood to get his perfectly manicured face back. His mustache and goatee.
That this city is built upon the foundations of your castle. The acolytes are focusing their attentions here for very good reason. Satan has specifically chosen this place for his return. He means to enslave you first, to humiliate you for what you did to him.
Let's get on with it.
Let's get on with it. Yeah, I've been not playing the game for a really long time.
The acolytes must plunge the world into chaos before Satan can be summoned. Their activities leave spectral traces, which are difficult but not impossible to follow. This is the headquarters of a powerful pharmaceutical corporation. I suspect that one of the acolytes is operating from there. The
Get on with it!
and is protected by magic.
Get on with
I would
it!
use my powers to see what is happening there. They would be able to
I've been in a cutscene for like 30 years.
So,
Want some toast?
Sure.
send you
With jelly?
to the corporation.
Can I have jelly toast to make this more pleasurable?
But we must be quick so as not to arouse
Any.
suspicion. The longer the portal remains open, the more likely we will be discovered. Look for any sign of the acolyte, but be careful.
What are you waiting for?
Come on! There's only so much joking I can make about the cutscene. Do you think there's an old man mode? I know I got like incredibly beat up by that first monster whenever I was in old man Dracula form. But do you think that there's a mode where you can just play the whole game as that Dracula? Minus cutscenes, of course, probably. Probably a mod at very least. I don't know why anybody would want to do that. But he had attack animations. Not that I could hit with him. Just to add the guard back in, because I wasn't able to guard in that form. Oh, death! Won't you spare me over for another year? Now check your travel book. Cool! I have a tourist book. Find and select your missions at any time. Biochemic Corporation. Current mission is marked on the map. Is this open world? It kind of. I'm not going in there. That's where you want me to go. What? Chronicles of Ancient Light. On the exact spot of this memorial, what are known as the Chronicles of the Ancient Light were discovered 500 years ago. These apocryphal texts detail the horrific experiences of those who managed to escape from the claws of Dracula. Most of them lost their mind and parts of their bodies, too. Devoured by ghouls, vampires, and harpies. Ghouls, vampires, and harpies. Not some other undead creature. Harpies. Half bird, half lady ladies. Okay. These survivors soon died of the most awful infections and delirium. However, a few miraculously managed to return safe and sound. Thanks to them, maps of the inside of the castle and precise tales of the horrors that took place inside were pieced together. It was the great Roland de Roncesvalles, Paladin of God, who made military use of those maps, gaining knowledge of the castle that, in hindsight, was crucial to defeating the Prince of Darkness. See, look at that. I got an extra thingy. Sweet! This is nuts. This is a big change already. And it can be broken with your shadow daggers. What? Hold RT to aim? Oh my gosh. I still have my sub-weapons. I wasn't expecting that. Shadow daggers, making a small cut on his wrist and using the same power to mold his blood as for the shadow whip. Dracula is able to throw a high-speed shadow projectile at his enemies. When it hits, the blood particles harden, dealing a forceful blow that can destabilize the target. With no magic activated, press and hold RT to charge and release to fire. You can move and aim during preparation, or cancel the shot by pressing B. I just earned enough experience to buy my first skill. Press A to select Shadow Whip. This is the page for buying skills. Use your experience points to acquire new skills or upgrade the offensive skills of Dracul. I can buy this skill. Don't have enough experience. Guillotine. Okay, you're gonna force me to get this one. Gotcha. That's fine. Maybe I'll actually be able to use all the stuff because I got it a little too fast to use it all in succession. In the first game. A basic jump. Double tap. Is it still just for a second? Momentarily. Dodge. Grab and interact is now the B button instead of the RT. The right R2 button. Right trigger. There, that's what it was. Skill has its own mastery container, which is filled by using the skill. Once the container is full, you can transfer the mastery achieved to the corresponding weapon. Master as many skills as you can to level up your weapons. So the grab and interact changed buttons. They just... That's the biggest difference that I can tell so far. Movement, control-wise. Control-wise. Not movement-wise. What?
I sense the presence of a Golgoth guard. You are no match for this enemy. Hide.
What?
I can hide there.
Wait, what? There's stealth? I can't go in here. Look, I see a thing right there.
Use the unguarded dark area to recover your appearance.
Man, this is kind of goofy. I know it's still like a tutorial, but...
Seen you. Get close to him and use your power of possession. If you remember how to use it.
Yep. Can I... Hold up. Oh no, what?
Destroying this being. I don't have much time.
God dang it. Thought I had to go break that or something. Oh no! No, thank you. Slurpee. Golgoth God. Cultivated and raised in laboratories, the Golgoths can be considered the link that connects man and machine in the evolutionary chain. Their cloned bodies have been genetically altered to grow much more quickly and larger than a normal human being. Their minds, on the other hand, have not had time to develop. If it were not for implanting strict instructions or suppressing emotions, they would be no different than a child. Their sole aim is to defend biochemic from intruders, and for that purpose, they are equipped with indestructible armor and an enormous grenade launcher courtesy of the military corporation. What is this? Let me in! Closing hatch.
Please do not move. Procedure terminated. Hatch open.
He doesn't even know what that is doing. He's just letting it spray him. Maybe later on I'll be able to fight those guys. Because this is just stealth at the moment. I feel like I've been doing this for so long. I've gone past one enemy. By firing a bat swarm at them. So distract both of them, is what you're telling me. Or just the other one. No way! No way! You shouldn't have heard me from that little. You ain't got no ears. So I do still have to go back to different places.
Who are you?
Follow me if you wish to recover your sword.
I wish to recover my sword. Your sword. Thank you. Ooh, that smell. Bernard's wing, eh? Hold on a minute. Boop. Diary. Hold on one moment. Mmm, jelly toast. We've been so naive. We thought we could enter Dracula's castle, defeat his army, and avoid all of his traps without suffering any damage. Darn the captain and his stupid fairy tales. Now I see the pack of lies they used to swell our pride. Brandish the pen and describe what you see so that our comrades learn of your heroic feat, he told us. My story ends in this cold corner, brother, without the cheers of the people or the sound of the shining trumpets. Before finishing my writing, I must tell you that not everything in this place brings death. Until now, I have survived thanks to some strange artifacts that hide valuable secrets. I trust that you will find them, and that their content will help you in your fight. Alas, it's already too late for me. Once again with this music. This game is kind of tone deaf whenever it comes to music. Like, already. Nice. So that's what life gems look like in this game. Dude, red plum jelly is amazing. Alright. What are you doing? Okay, I shouldn't take any damage from falling because I'm Dracula.
Am I truly here?
I don't know. Are you? I need to dagger that. Yeah. I would still like to know how he got the sword originally. Maybe it'll tell me later. Okay. You know, I'm gonna say it. That kid looks kind of like Satan. Like Satan's facial design in the first Lords of Shadow. That's what that kid looks like to me. Younger, of course. Maybe it's one of his kids, or it is Satan. Because this whole thing is about, you know, Satan's kids. Trying to resurrect Satan. Wait. Oh, yeah. Hello, Brewhawk. Gorp. Well, I just went through that thing that I was supposed to step on, so that's awesome. Let's start there. And it's funny. It's funny that you would say post-Satan timeline, as we apparently didn't kill Satan. We sent him back to hell. Because we're trying to keep him from being resurrected.
You'll pay for what you did to me and my mother.
Also, Trevor is Alucard. Which is stupid. Who teamed up with Simon Belmont in order to defeat Dracula, aka Gabriel Belmont. I'm doing well. What? No, wait. Zobek, aka Patrick Stewart, aka Kinda Like Death, I guess, was like doing things on his behalf that would let him come up there, I think, in the first one. So he was kind of accidentally summoned by Zobek, I think. At least that's how I interpreted it. Now, his kids, you know, like Satan children are his acolytes are trying to resurrect him and bring him out. So I have to fight against his kids. A spawn of Satan. There it is. Hold on. We have to read this about Trevor. The reflection of the innocent boy which the mirror of fate showed to Dracula returns to the mind of his repentant father as penance for having condemned him to suffer the eternal curse of the vampire. The moments that he never shared with his firstborn come to life now as broken fragments of his memory, pitting light against shadow in his dark memories. Putting the broken pieces together seems to be the way to achieve an unknown purpose. That is why young Trevor guides his father through the castle, leading him to the furthest reaches of his mind, where the forgotten memories that must be revealed are hidden. You'll pay for what you did to me and my mother, Trevor Belmont. Destroy everything! It's my castle, I can do what I want. Marie. Ghost wife. It was explained in an incredibly long narrated intro cutscene after the tutorial stage that she was pregnant while he was away and she kept it from him because the Brotherhood was like, you can't tell him. You cannot tell him because we know, because of the prophecy, that the one who kills the Lords of Shadow is going to become the new Prince of Darkness, and we need him to go kill him after he's done his job. And then as Dracula, like, staked Trevor with his own weapon, Trevor was like, Papa? And then Dracula was all like, no! And then he fed him his blood so that he wouldn't die, but it was too late, but it wasn't. And then after multiple years of Dracula's blood doing its thing, he came out of a coffin with white hair and took up the name Alucard. It's real dumb. It's real dumb. They're two different characters. Mission orders for Corporal First Class Andreas, Detachment 114. We have been informed of the existence of an enormous creature made of blood and stone that wanders through Bernhard's wing. Its origin is unknown, but it may be a powerful ally of the Prince of Shadows himself. Your task is limited to observing it and reporting to the Council of Wise Men on your investigation. Under no circumstances must you come into contact with it or alert it in any way of your presence. Furthermore, you must continue the work of one of your comrades who ignored our orders, conducting reconnaissance on the area in search of the hidden relics he said he'd seen. Remember that no matter what happens, your presence must go entirely undetected. Oh, also, because they got him to kill his son, that's what made him vow to kill every one of God's children, is what it said. Not the fact that he did it. It was him. I can't turn into mist yet, I assume. Carmilla's lair is this way. Alright, I think I might have to get a power to be able to, like, turn into mist so that I could get through there. I said this earlier, but I really like how his... I was gonna say, I really like how his coat... That is the wrong way. I thought it turned me over so that I would be able to, like, Crash Bandicoot my way. What am I doing? Oh, you were waiting. I like how his coat is the same coat, but, like, altered, is what I was gonna say. So, in the tutorial... So in the tutorial, as I was saying, you've recovered the void power. Use the void sword to steal life points from your enemy. I remember. In the tutorial, you were like at the peak of Dracula's power. And he was kind of weak. Replenish it by getting focused in combat. Light all of the runes of the focus bar by hitting enemies and avoiding damage. Yug! Wow, that refilled my magic so much better than it used to. I think they realized that it sucked. Oh, I don't have that yet. I have to I know. They changed the way the circles work, too. It's not as bad as it used to be. They changed the grab/interact button to, and the blood is vulnerable, stones aren't, attack the blood. To the opposite. God dang it. I'm not finishing this thought. Dude, leave me alone. I know. Okay. Ugh. Alright, what I was trying to say was the sub-weapon button and the grab button have been changed. I do not want to hit him in his leg. Thank you for being the only target point, though. Don't leave us. That's such bullcrap. not ignoring you. What? What just happened? I was tapping! Was I not tapping fast enough? Are you kidding me? It stays there for a minute. Can't attack that. Alright. Get it. Alright, gotta do it faster, I guess. Nice. I can get a skill. I can buy this one. Sustained whip. Oh, that's one of my favorites. I can make it stronger. Counter-Strike whip. Oh, I don't have that. Oh, I should have got that one. Void power. Attacks made while Void Sword is active will replenish your health at the cost of Void magic. Some Void attacks can freeze enemies. Frozen enemies are more sensitive to attacks made with different weapons other than the Void Sword. Plague of rats. I can turn into rats, man. And possess people. Oh my god, the sword has so much more. Yeah, it seems that getting focused seemed impossible in that fight after the tutorial on focus. Hello! Welcome. I think I like this one better than the first one, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Primordial Gem. I like that I can move the camera. I'm not stuck on Like, bad battle camera angles. Blue glow indicates a waterfall that could be frozen briefly with void projection. Ah. I don't need to think. The game does my thinking for me. See? Tears of a Saint. The Tears of a Saint recover Dracula's health completely and temporarily increase his maximum health. Press and hold the D-pad down to open the relics menu and use the right stick to select it. Activate it by pressing and holding RT. Okay. Oh, yeah. I don't know, there were very few things I disliked about the first one. But they were pretty big things that made me dislike, that I disliked. Not that made me dislike the game. I hated the climbing bosses. Where you had to climb on the golems and stuff. Anything that you had to climb. I hated climbing on the Dracolich. Oh, man. Options? Choices? Just any of those. I don't have the dungeon key. Drat. Double drat. But what about the other way? Oh yeah, that was another thing. Bruhark, you weren't here yet, but he beat like this paladin that had like angel wings. They were like golden angel wings on his armor that helped him fly around. And the guy was like all like cowering, and he brought out his cross and he started doing one of those Latin chants or whatever the language is. And and Dracula just grabs it and starts chanting the same chant and nukes everyone around him with holy magic. It was hilarious. Our Father, give me strength, protect me from the creatures lying in wait, and offer me support on this fateful day. I know you still have plans for me, as you have enabled me to see the light of a highly valuable item at the top of that torrent of water. If only you would consider bestowing upon me the talent to freeze the current to climb up. I could reach it and complete my mission. In the end, I interpret your work in this world, and it is your will that dictates each one of my acts. It is true that I doubted you once. Then my faith was not strong enough, and I allowed an arrow to pierce my eyelid. But this time, I am convinced that you will help me. Thank you, Lord. It was pretty freaking cool. There we go. Also, the climbing is faster. And that is a big good. That is a big good. That is a big good improvement. Because the climbing was slow. One of the only other things with the climbing bosses that I hated was the fixed camera angles during the fights. Some of those were just downright awful, and the enemies would like move behind the camera and not come out, and I couldn't see them, and I would just take damage that I didn't need to take because I couldn't see them. That's pretty much it. There was a third thing that I didn't like about it, but I can't remember it. Can't remember. No!
Stop. My lord. My friend. We will kill anyone who tries to take you away from
It's pretty funny how he was like, he killed his own kid and then said, "This is your fault!" and started killing humans. Just kill all of humanity because he was like, "This is your fault."
This boy is under my protection. You're not our lord anymore.
Where was that? In the... No, he didn't say it was his fault. When in the narrated opening cutscene, well, after the tutorial, and where it's like, he had a son, and his son's name was Trevor, and when they did battle, and Dracula won, he told him that he was his son, and then he cried out in sadness and blamed humanity for him killing his own kid. And so he decided to kill all of God's children. Do I actually have to, like, protect this kid? The mirror told him that? Is that the lady's, the lady's voice that was saying that, like, Trevor is now Alucard? God dang it. It changed on me. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, slammy, slammy, slammy. I'm used to that being like 8 attacks. Ah! Oh my God! He just slapped my son. Okay, I'm not seeing something here. I'm missing something here. Like, they just keep coming. What? Is this another one of those things where I'm just not understanding how to do this? Okay, never mind. There's a cutscene happening. It's fine. Like, whenever I fight bosses in the first one for, like, 30 minutes.
Son, I had no choice.
Yes. You did. Take this. Use it, and I will come.
Summon your boy.
Is this real? Or just a dream?
White Wolf Medallion. There is nothing stronger than the love of a father for his son, and even Dracula is able to show it through his tortured memories. The medallion is nothing more than the physical representation of those memories, forged by a deep feeling that binds him to his firstborn, tempered by the regret of having bequeathed to him his fateful destiny. The White Wolf is his symbol, his constant between worlds, and his guide on his journey from the present to the past. Wherever its mark is found, he can call on it again. Summon your spirit, son. Oh no, I lost my focus. Can't climb that. Or I just turn into a wolf. I turn into a white wolf, do I? Or I summon a wolf. Okay. Oh, cool. Oops. Ignore that, Wolfie. I apologize. I want Counter-Strike. Nah. There we go. Why wouldn't you support your son in being a furry? Buy him his first fursuit. Yiff with him. He can't tell it to you in the other suit. A hole's a hole.
Where are you taking me?
Through the blood hall. At least we know that the castle loves us. Or like the
Come back in the real
monsters that are in the castle love us. Why did he do a capoeira spin before pulling out the medallion? Wait, is that just for, like, going back to the castle? I don't want to do that. Sorry! Ignore me! Ignore me, Trevor. Sorry. Sorry. I like that it's following us. My lord. Ah. I'll get it down. At some point. Yeah, destroy everything. Did I just get some artwork? Am I getting artwork for these boxes? I could. But what's over here? Again? Wow. What's penis simulator? Fear and hunger? I don't understand. It explained mastery, but I don't really understand it. Use it in combat to fill its mastery container. Wait, I could just buy an upgrade, but... Wait, so just using it fills the mastery. And then it goes up a level. But using... Oh, using this does have mastery. Wait, so these are things... Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. I got it. These are things that I already have. Ah, the things with mastery in them are things I already have. Okay. I got it. Alright. I'll upgrade this. Hell yeah. Oh no, I forgot about this one. Oh my god, I love the void sword. I love the sword. Wait, should I go the other way? God, I'm doing it again. That's not it. Wait, should I go this way? No, wait. I think it has a thing on my map that's like, hey, that's where you go. And that means that I don't want to go that way. Yeah, alright. I forgot about the mini-map. Wait, is this... This is where I came from. Sweet! Look at that. Yeah, put that red crystal in your gooch. I still hate the way that dashing works. Double tapping the stick. It's lame. And out of all of the Draculas that I've ever fought, playing as him in the tutorial whenever he was at the peak of his power, he seemed really weak. Just saying. Okay, but I didn't do this yet. Okay. Huh? Rats? Are there rats? There's rats. It's totally blowing again. That's dumb. Okay, I figured it out. I think I want a coat like that. One for every day of the week in a different color. Maybe a slightly different design as well. Nine? I have 9 rats? Is that what you're telling me? Oh! Alright. Yeah. Side path for treasure. Wait. Wait, what? I don't understand why I couldn't go that way. Alright, never mind. I'll go the right way. Woo. Little ratty rats. Ratty ratting around. I'm just ratting around. That's not gonna help. I can already see that's not gonna help. Riding around at the speed of rat. Got places to go, gotta follow my rat bow. Okay, maybe. See, it was like, hey, turn yourself not a rat. This is kind of goofy. So we're trying to get into like a biotech, or biochemical plant that is run by one of the spawn of Satan. Wait. I have no idea. They're just toddler-minded clone soldiers given invulnerable armor. He didn't look around. You were supposed to turn around, man. I can't attack that dude. What if I do bats on you again? And then he swings his gun and slams him. Maybe they use the same model. Maybe I go this way again now? No? I'm not able to fight those dudes. I have to be stealthy in an action game, so that's cool. There's nowhere to go in here other than that way. Can I gnaw the wire again? and then shock the technician. I really have no clue. Okay. Up to select the shadow dagger. Wait, that? What did I do that for? What did that do? Okay, this game is a little harder to understand. Wait, is that... Hold on. Maybe. Not really sure. But maybe that makes the path down here traversable. Maybe these are going up and down now, is what I'm saying. Yeah, they are. Why am I slowing down right there? I have no clue. Okay, wait. Oh, that wire. Alright. Lucky me, I went to the right one first. I don't have that many rats left. Wait, was this just for side stuff? Do I get all my rats back? Nice. What kind of vents have just lines of flames? Is that a thing that vents have? Oops. It's going up, though. And squish. Alright, so that was side stuff. So that means that I still don't know what to do in this area. I thought he would, like, see him, like, turn around and see that guy is batted up right now. That's not happening. Okay, that didn't help. I can't. Okay, so I tried to knife the technician. That didn't work. I tried to bat the technician. That didn't work. Oh, it was that simple. Okay. Makes me feel a little dumb for not being able to figure that out earlier.
Releasing cleaning gas. Please do not make sudden movement. Area decontaminated. Hold your position until the hatch is completely open.
I didn't know that they were that distracted whenever they were batted up like that.
Stay where you are. Something's wrong here.
They're synthesizing a substance, a gas.
They plan to release it into the atmosphere to infect the people.
Tonight. There's something else. There is someone special here. Different from the others.
You know that's a lady.
Very powerful.
You can't have a head scientist without it being a lady
Be careful.
anymore. Oh, she's not a scientist. She's not smart. She's smoking. She's killing all the witnesses. That's what she's doing. That editing made that look really weird. Well, they're weak to the Void Sword. Yeah. Don't. Don't. I sometimes can't tell whenever I've grabbed somebody. Ew. Your mouth is messed up. You are the epitome of a butterface.
You need to capture her and bring her to me. We should be able to discern much from her regarding the acolytes and their plans.
Am I about to get missed teleports?
Made myself more present. Who are you and what do you want? Oh, I see. I'm gonna have such fun with you.
You know what? Sure. Army of Satan. Raisa Volkova. The director of the biochemic laboratory is an aggressive, unscrupulous woman who is capable of hiding her true appearance from human eyes. Only the beasts of the night can see her for what she really is. A twisted reptilian creature that is as intelligent as she is dangerous. She's a reptilian. During 10 long years dedicated to perfecting the demonic virus, she has kidnapped humans, experimented on them, and corrupted each of their cells to turn them into soldiers worthy of Satan. In battle, she can conduct electricity and move fiendishly fast, even beyond the scope of Dracula's vampiric perception. I'm also nice and... I'm nice and weakened right now, so my perception is weakened too. Only extreme cold can stop her and keep her mind intact for Zobek, who wants to rip the secrets of Satan's acolytes from inside her. Yeah. She wants to play. Okay.
No idea what you've got yourself into.
Not that. Yeah, shut up, man. I hate it when games tell me what to do. What? That's not gonna work. Do you have to do the flourish before you throw it? Just freaking throw it! God dang it.
You're good. I like a man who takes control. Looks like I'm gonna have to get my hands dirty with you. I promise it'll be short and sweet. Give me a bit more time.
Ow.
Satan's acolytes must surely be behind this.
You really? There we go. I seen it.
Give me a bit more time. Come on. Let's make this more exciting. Go ahead and make me warm.
Ah, of course.
My blood boil. Let's make this more Go ahead and make me warm. Come on.
Slammy, slammy.
You're such a disappointment. You no idea what you've got yourself into. I find you very attractive.
Gimme! Okay, that's the slowest one. That's the slowest finisher that you've done so far. Not a fan.
You can't see me.
Gotcha!
Go ahead and make me warm.
That seemed like a grab.
Let's make this more exciting.
You're such a disappointment.
Go ahead and make me warm. Make my blood boil.
Na, na, na. God dang it.
More time. Come on.
Ha!
Give me a bit more time. Come on. Don't leave me, dear. Make this more exciting.
The music is also better in this game, except for sometimes it's tone deaf.
You make my blood boil.
Saw it coming. I knew that was a grab.
Is she dead?
No. Only unconscious.
I'm opening a portal.
Why can't you do this yourself? This is only going to end badly for you whenever you inevitably betray Dracul. Man, he's so much Draculer than he was in the first game. I would like this, but I don't have enough. Wait, I have this? Oh! Right, I wonder if this game is also going to be terrible whenever you're in mid-air, and then with the final boss tell you that you have to jump. I think that'd be pretty good, right? Be pretty good. Pretty good time. Pretty good time. Give me guillotine. You know what? Sure. Let's get that upgrade too. And this one? Sure.
Stop playing around. Open it.
You've lost your chaos power. Now the Gorgons have it.
Uriale, Steno and Medusa.
Oh no. Not Medusa heads.
At the back.
Not Medusa heads. Please, no platforming with Medusa heads. Please, no. It's looking kind of clockworky. I hadn't gone more than a few meters when the doors of the enormous elevator closed suddenly, separating me from the rest. From behind the metal I heard the captain order me to stay in place until his return. Our mission is to take the primordial chaos from the 3 fearsome guards. Should not have taken more than a few hours. However, it's been several days since he left, and I fear I may be the last man alive in this castle. It is now, with my muscles numb and my heart filled with panic, that I try to find peace in my memory of my beloved home. I recall the sad expression on the faces of my parents, sweet and humble farmers, when I told them that I would be leaving in search of an exciting life in the army. No! I don't care if it's staple. I would like some nuts. Here, have my nut bowl. Thank you. I know that it's a staple of the series, but I really don't want to. I don't want to deal with Medusa heads. They're the worst enemy in all of the Castlevanias ever. I know we just started Lords of Shadow 2, but is everybody excited for Bloodstained? I'm excited for Bloodstained. I've played it before, but I don't remember anything about it.
Beware of the Genies. They no longer serve their master.
Wait.
Medusa has your chaos powers.
The ancient legend about the destruction of the Empire of Agartha describes how, during the fall of the ancestral gods, three sisters managed to escape the jaws of death, hiding forever in the depths of the earth. The shadows corrupted their hearts and withered their innocence, retaining only their youth as a mask that covers their macabre secret. Unaware of the changing world looming over them, they have prospered, obsessed with staying together until the arrival of the end of all time. When I arrived here, I envied the dead. Now my entrails feed the little girl. I die happy with the pride of the father who feeds his children. Lidorinian Brotherhood Soldier. Open the pain box. Is this where I came from? Okay. Oh, look. It's that boy. That big old boy with a hammer. Thank you. Give me iframes to block the unblockable. Dude, these are slow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, daddy. Oh man, I wish I had those gauntlets. Nice. You got me. That's so slow, man. Come on. Boop. And I think that's my favorite. Come on. I probably still would bounce off of him even if I... What? Nope. This guy won't die. There we go. Key! Key! Please just take the key. Oops. There we go. Man, there sure is a lot of lava here. Huh. Hee hee hee. Woo! Oh yeah. There we go. That was goofy. Goofy fun. Was there a subliminal message right there? Yeah, they're subliminal messaging me. Ooh, a pistachio.
I saw your sister earlier.
I know what you see, but Medusa has it. Free the dwarf. He can help you.
Why even tell me that? I know already. I mean, not the dwarf part. I didn't know that I would have to free a dwarf. Like, what kind of dwarf? Like, Norse dwarf? A D&D dwarf? Remember, you can open them. Whoa! Dodos help you find nearby secrets. Tears of Saints. The Seal of Alistair unlocks all skills and increases your mastery level for a limited time. The Stolas Clock slows enemies down with each strike of your weapon and awards extra experience points. Yeah, I completely forgot about those. I didn't even know that I had extras.
I can't understand why it can be so difficult to advance through the castle. Behind us a horde of hungry beasts are hot on our heels, while in front a dark abyss blocks our path. If that weren't enough, a small man insists that we cross using some sort of magical mechanism. He is trapped in some sort of cage, and although we hear him clearly, the meaning of his words is entirely indecipherable to us. We had no choice but to draw lots to see who would use the strange machine at the end. Roland fell first. Then Eric was crushed. Frederick almost made it, but he became overconfident and slipped at the last moment. Why can't it all be as easy as stabbing the enemy in the gut with a sword? The Brotherhood should have sent people better trained than us.
Ah, okay. Ah, I see.
Chupacabra.
Oh, what a great and unexpected honor, my prince! What can this humble servant do for you, my lord?
Not steal my relics in the first game?
Where can I find her? I know where she is, Excellency. If I was free from this prison, I could help you find her.
Try any one of your tricks, and it'll be the last thing you'll ever do.
You won't regret it, most gracious prince.
Monkey Man. Oh, wait, this is completely different. It had always been thought that the chupacabras was a sort of blood-sucking monster, until later research showed that they were more like mischievous forest creatures that played with the belongings of gullible travelers. However, that latter assertion was not entirely true either. In fact, there are not many chupacabras, rather it is a single immortal being that has roamed completely free from time immemorial, causing confusion around the world. Its incredible wisdom is only comparable to the originality of its mischief and the value of the relics it carries in its backpack. In its final years, it followed Dracula, who, tired of its jokes, locked it up in the deepest dungeon, depriving it of continuing the business established in the castle. No, you can only do it 4 times. He didn't say my lord. He didn't say my lord. What could this mean? Yeah, excuse me, sorry. Give me a second. Mm-hmm. I was about to ask what the seal breaker was. No? Not that one? No? Okay. Nah. This jar is on so tight, we need a super mechanism.
My lord, my prince, thank you so much for this infinite kindness. I don't know how to thank you enough.
Here you were. Make sure you keep it.
Horse? My prince, a horse?
I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, as long as...
I hope I have pleased you, Excellency.
Get out of my way.
Whatever you say, my prince. With your permission, Majesty, I would like to reopen my humble shop here in the castle. For your own personal needs, of course.
His voice is completely different.
With your leave, sire. You can count on a most generous discount on all articles for sale. I hope to be of service to you, O great and powerful one.
Okay, I'm cool with him now. A madman's on the loose. I got a Steam achievement called A Madman's on the Loose. Yeah, I know. I'm choosing not to. Take the hint! I'm choosing not to buy a new skill. I want my sword counter. I wish I had a Dracula castle. Gimme! I'm hungry. Bring it. Not perfect. Definitely not perfect. My name is Ragnar de Camp, and, although my life is about to end, my words could still offer knowledge and value to those who read them carefully enough. I am writing with my own blood because the merciless winged women have wounded me seriously. Brandished adeptly, the blade of my sword pierced their flesh repeatedly. However, lacking the skill necessary to fight them in the air, I was only able to cause them great pain and force them to flee. I am aware that no combat instruction includes this type of training, but I am convinced that anyone who can bring them to the ground will enjoy a more complete victory than mine. This is why you shouldn't eat nuts while having to talk a lot. I conclude this scroll full of pride in the knowledge that my life had the honor of serving this noble cause. God will reward my loyalty with an eternal stay in his paradise. Why is Dracula so bad with cardio that he can only sprint for like 3 steps? Okay, stop. What is happening? I mean, yeah, I guess he would have bad circulation being a vampire and all that. Whoop. Okay, I didn't mean to I didn't mean to dodge. The I used the dodge, not the dodge, the dash in combat quite a bit, but I always disliked that it's a double tap of the stick. I'm not fast enough to double tap with the stick in like really dangerous situations without stopping. I forgot that I had that! What? No, that makes sense, actually. I'm just... What? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Get him! What? Oh no. You seem quite haggard! Oh no! He fell down! Okay. Medusa might be looking pretty good in this game. I've seen her look kind of bad in some of them. Ooh, wait. Counter stab. I gotta get some of my sword skills. I want to look at it. And it would be cool. Icy Crest. Dude, that looks metal. Smash and stab. Okay. Aerial stab. Vengeful stab. Aw, sweet. Press and hold LT. And X to spin the Void Sword at high speed, attracting small nearby enemies and to line them up. Move the left stick towards them to knock them down with a quick charge movement. Oh, that's pretty cool. Ha! It's cool. Because it's ice. All right, I got some sword skills. I'm happy about that. Especially Counter Strike. Counter stab. Counter stab. Oh, look. Stoned mates. Supposed to go that way. But this way. But this way, though. Oops. Hold on. Where's the... No. No, I missed it. Where's the scrolls? Scrolls. It's in lore. Soldier's Diaries. There we go. The narrow passageways forced us to advance in single file. I ordered them to go ahead. What? Weird. I ordered them to go ahead to ensure that no one was left behind, and soon the unthinkable happened. I did not hear the clash of swords nor the sound of shields, only the muffled yell of the men that ended as suddenly as it had started. I still can't believe what my eyes are seeing. My men lie motionless, turned into tombs of stone in the shape of humans. What savage power could have condemned them? Perhaps it was their own commander who sentenced them with his final order. This old guilty body does not deserve to live or to fight another day. I will remain here to accompany my brothers on their fateful journey and warn whoever may read my words. Run, fools. Okay, wait. So I'm supposed to go in there. I might as well just go in there because I'll probably have to walk right out and go that other way. Or I have now lost a little bit of side path. Oh, Medusa, I want my gloves.
My lord, the power of chaos is yours.
Wait, really? No boss fight? I wish there was a little bit of metal in this soundtrack. Just because of this stuff right here.
Stunner, where is your sister?
She won't be long. Look, here she comes now.
What?
Medusa.
What? What is happening? I'm sure it'll be explained. Yeah, this looks like it'll be explained. Also, looks like I am not going in that other room. So I do get a Medusa Boss fight. Why would they just let her puke blood in their face? Oh, this is a sweet boss. Where were all these cool designs in the first Lords of Shadow? Whoa. Woo. Ugh. Ugh. I'm not doing that fast enough. Man, these are so much easier than they were in the other game. What am I supposed to do against that? Can I dodge that somehow? What was I just saying? I don't remember what I was just saying. Something about the first game. What? What? I have definitely noticed more magic gain. Oh. Wait, I remember. I was talking about those QuickTime events are definitely easier in this. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. The circles. The circles are definitely easier. What? And then I just stand in it. Like a cool guy. Like a Dracul guy. A Dracul guy. And now we're Bayonetta with hair magic. Pretty sure it wasn't down on health yet. I thought it had like half a health bar left. This game is so much cooler than the first one. Yay! Primordial Chaos Gem. An orange glow indicates that an object can be destroyed by a chaos bomb. By a chaos bomb. Boom. Boom. Can't go that way yet. At least I don't think. Wait, I can go this way. Oh, yeah. A bang box. Box of bang. So why is chaos orange and flamey? I also like that they increased the amount that magic gives you back, because I was always out of magic in the first game. And even whenever I got magic and focused and everything, it would not come back very fast, even whenever I would absorb it all. Somersault whip. Wait, when did I get that? Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure that wasn't there just a second ago. Nice! Yeah, boop. What? How do you jump over stuff and not dodge it? Alrighty, Brewhawk. Have a good night. Thank you for joining me. The game froze. Yeah, get him. Woo! Yeah! Sucky sucky! It's also easier to get focused in this game. Offer blood. Nice. A store. Okay. With what money? I don't really get money. So it's got to be some kind of collectible. That I get very few of.
Oh, my prince. What a great honor to have you in my humble business. Please, come in. Come in. Make yourself at home.
That sure does look like sunlight, but it can't be.
We haven't got much merchandise. We've only just opened to the public. Please understand, Majesty. Well then, what do you think of my shop, sir? The world is what you make of it, sir. If it doesn't fit, you make alterations. Now tell me, sir, how may I help you?
I already see some stuff I want. Oh my god! Ensnared demons selected. There are one of them in my inventory. Huh? Dungeon keys? Artwork? I have 49 of 400. That's ridiculous. Void gem, chaos gem, life gem. Alright, so that's like the...
A pleasure to serve you, my lord.
Kleidos?
You need an arcane object to invoke the power of that mirror, my lord.
Okay.
Wait, my prince. Your emblem.
Dragon. Extinct for eons, the existence of dragons has been relegated to a mere mention in legend and myth. However, their legacy has remained latent in the blood of their ancestors and inherited by their descendants, awaiting the arrival of the Chosen One to rise again. An old prophecy describes how a mysterious talisman was created in ages long past to ensure the return of the beast. Only when its centuries-old scales have been collected will the dragon be reborn. With the talisman of the dragon selected, press and hold RT to use.
Zobek will have questioned the scientist by now. I should be telling this.
Right, this was a side quest, kind of. I mean, not really. I had to do it, but still. Kleidos is an amazing relic from a long-forgotten time in which warriors thirsty for recognition had to pass the challenges that only it could offer. Anyone who wanted to test their valor in the arena of the Kleidos first had to find the runes that complete it, a total of 16. For every 4 runes, the warrior had the right to a series of challenges. Finding all the runes and completing the associated challenges is only within the reach of a chosen few. However, there is a final condition for those brave enough to try. The Kleidos only activates in the ancient words written on the rune if the ancient words written on the runes are read. However, as far as this chronicler knows, the creature known as the Chupacabra is the only living thing that speaks this forgotten tongue. So I need like 24 of those? I need 24 of those? Okay, that didn't work. You used to be able to jump really far whenever you... dash jumped. Oh, this is where it's gonna take me whenever I summon Wolf Trevor. So that we can get out of here. Let's get out of here. Spirit Wolf. Spirit Son. Why doesn't he just be like, I'm gonna come back? Shut up. You know I'll be back. I need to be able to turn into mist. I miss being able to turn into mist. I never had that as an active ability in this game yet. Something Laura could do with her bad hair. Old bad hair Laura. Laura Vampernovsky. I think that was her last name. They're doing all right. Way better than you'd expect. Those soldiers.
Has she said anything yet?
Why not just charm her?
Yes. To tell you the truth, she hasn't shut up.
Do you find me attractive?
No.
I've tried reading her mind, but there is only chaos and fury there.
Because he's impotent.
Something is buried deep,
You both are.
but I'm unable to see it.
My dear Zobek, if only you could see what I see. I see you.
She's too far
While my
gone.
brother's skin
She'll
dry
kill
out,
herself
and
before we
it'll
get
be
anything out.
very slow, so
If she was human again, I might be able to reach her.
against us, you scum!
Then let's give her back her humanity.
Oh, make me pretty again. Oh,
Yes,
please make
but
me
how?
pretty again.
This disease is manufactured, so they must have made an antidote.
Oh, you are so clever. So clever, my handsome
Yes.
prince.
Of course. It must have been
Wait.
created when developing the virus to protect those chosen to serve them. Judging by the look of you, sadly it would seem you're not one of the chosen, my dear.
No, my dear. Sadly, I am just one of Satan's hordes.
I'll go back to the corporation. Look around. See what I can do.
Very well, but make your own way there. It's risky to open a portal. It's likely the acolytes are aware of her disappearance by now. I don't want to leave supernatural traces that could lead back to me.
For Matthew, you pigs, you disgust me! You scum! You scum!
I thought she was like, that was her original form. By the way the description said, but they're acting like the disease, the created disease affected her and changed her like that. So I'm kind of confused by that. Oh, I can't dash in here. That's why it's not working. I know! Jesus! I know! I know about relics! Just go away! This game, this series, Castlevania, is goofy enough that they should have put elevator music in. Kind of disappointed that they didn't. Ah, I didn't need to turn to mist. Why? It wasn't working for some reason. Do I have too many of them? Is that what you're telling me? Or I did have to turn into mist. What? Looking around. Ah. Wait, that just leads back to the... To awaken his dragon form? What? Alright. Wait, oh, frickin'... Oh, I thought it was on fire!
The flames don't go out entirely. I must do something else to extinguish them.
Dude, what do you want me to do, man? Hmm. Alright, fine. There, I have upgraded that. And there, I've upgraded that. It's okay to throw some kicks into your combo, by the way. Just want you to know that. What do you want? Okay. I'm not sure if that would work in real life, but okay. Out on the streets again. What was that flying metal bird? Wonder how many normal civilians are actually able to fight against this. Like, I wonder if there's any, like, Leon Kennedys, Claire Redfields around. Oh my god! What is this? They're just dancing. There we go. Another one of those, huh? I guess they drop a lot more often than I was expecting. I was expecting them to be, like, really rare. Really rare. What's down here? Now I'm just climbing back up, aren't I? Yep. I just climbed all the way back up. Hmm. 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 Alright. Looks like there's nothing yet. Nothing up there. Alright. What about on the other side? Nope. Nothing over there. That's such bullcrap! Oh, too many of those too. I don't need them though, you know? I don't really need the relics. Not yet anyway. Books. Hold up, what's this way instead? Pain box. Pain. It came from pain. You make me a believer. Believer. Pain. You break me down, you build me up, believer. Believer. Pain. Let the bullets come. Let them rain. That's stupid. Memorial! Tribute memorial to Andres de Wygol, soldier of the Brotherhood of Light. The descendants of the Wygols, deeply rooted in the city, wish to express and share with their neighbors and visitors their eternal admiration and gratitude to the brave Andres. This corner of the city will always be a place of meditation and seclusion. Yes? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. It's in an alley. This memorial's in an alley. Why? He's got a pickaxe for some reason. I wish I could, like, jump down and... Oh! The first Founders Memorial. They're kind of lame. These memorials are kind of lame. It's like one of them was just in a freaking alley. You know? Okay. Okay, you want to play that way? We can play that way. Oh, you shouldn't have hit me. That's not cool. You shouldn't have hit me. My superpowers are unable to break a couple of... I can break that. I can't break a couple of dumpsters. Huh. You have filled the mastery container for a skill. Transfer the content to the weapon and increase the mastery level and improve its performance in combat. Okay, I cannot see this. Okay, what? It's constantly sparking. Okay. But down there, though. Hmm. You gonna punish me by making me jump over it to climb it again? I mean, alright, I guess. Fine.
Security door closed.
How do you know what that means?
Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Procedure finalizing. The doors will open.
Wait. I gotta do it. Yeah, take that. Take that. Yeah, take that too. Take that globe. Huh. Ah. I can rat it up. Rat it up. Rat, rat, ratty, rat, rat, rat it up. Rat it up. Boop, boop, ba doo doo. Rat it up. Rat it up. Boo doo doo. Rat it up. Rat it up. Boo doo doo. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Boop, boo doo, ba dum. Boop, boop, boo doo, ba dum. Boop, boop, boo doo, ba boop, boop, boo. And we ride it up, boop, boop, boop. Ride it up, boop, boop, boop. We ride it up, boop, boop, boop. We ride it up, boop, 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 boop. I just realized that the bats are the fairies. I never noticed it before, though. The bats are the fairies. Making sure. Dang it! I keep screwing up! Dang it! Ugh. I keep blocking whenever I'm trying to dodge and dodging whenever I'm trying to block. What? Alright, fine. I do need more void power. Thank you. Good thing there was a thing way over here. Boop, 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 boop. Use the pain box. What? All right. Now I should be able to do this, right? Pain box. Man, everything in Dracula's life has just been, like, made specifically to give him pain, even whenever he wasn't Dracula. Do I have to finish off these enemies? I thought I could just bust them. God dang it. There we go. They sure do seem like you gotta suck 'em. Can't just make 'em bust. You gotta suck. Woo. Sweet. You know one of my favorite things is in like action games, kind of like this, is whenever you have one of those and you can jump from a really high point and just keep spinning. Why? Why does that not work sometimes? I mean, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. I'm blocking more often. So it's still nice and useful, you know. Hey, look, it's another one of these. Break everything, and you'll get art. That's what this game teaches you, kids. You'll learn art.
Cleaning procedure initiated.
What?
Cleaning procedure initiated.
Might as well. Oh, never mind. Wait, did I? Did I come back up from somewhere? Fine. Ah, I got sustained whip. Basic. Counter-strike whip. Wait. These aren't stabs. What do I mean? Why do you call them stabs? They're not stabs. there's still cuts. There's still swings. Not thrusts. I don't know why they keeps doing that. Maybe this controller really is getting that old. $400 pieces of art, by the way. That's crazy.
About time. Ready for your orders, lads? Sir, yes, sir. Can't see any possessed around here, Captain. Just this man here. Not wearing a gas mask. I can see that. You'll have to come with us, sir. Hey, perhaps you didn't hear me, sir.
I didn't.
Step aside.
You're coming with us. Like it or not.
I mean, they're kind of just doing their jobs.
He isn't human.
And then burns him. You know, I really thought you guys were gonna do it, you know? What? He shot me when I wasn't even touched. They're just doing their jobs, but still. What? What is happening? Why does it keep doing that? It's finally happening. My controller is actually on its final legs. The controller that I bought in 2016 whenever I started doing this. It's been with me since Ape Escape. It's been with the WheatTon channel before it was WheatTon. when it was dreadfully gentleman. This controller has given me many years of good use. It is a good, cheapo controller. It was like 20 bucks at Walmart. Can't even find them anymore. I would definitely buy this again if I could find one just like it. Good, cheapo controller. And I say cheapo because it is cheap. But it's like, it's light, it's sturdy. They last for 6 years. That's always good. I gotta see if I can find myself another one of these. The exact same. Hopefully the same price, too. Wait a second. This is where I started the other way. Where I possessed that dude for the first time?
Decontamination hatch activated. Releasing cleaning gas. Please do not make sudden movement. Procedure terminated. Hatch open.
What hit me? He's got a gun! That's what hit me.
The acolytes must keep the antidote in a safe place.
Alright.
Sealing.
I see you.
Hatch.
They can use guns, huh?
Please do not move. Area decontaminated. Hold your position until the hatch is completely open.
my god, with that gun! Give me some sip! Oh, yeah, yeah, I remember that area. You've got a goddamn assault rifle or something! It's my first time having to use one of these. I've mastered a skill. I've mastered 2 skills. For the whip. There you go. Alright, I know everything for the whip. But I got one more upgrade to do. One more upgrade on the thing that I just bought. Upgrade juice.
Please do not make sudden movements.
Whoa.
Opening hatch. Please wait.
Course you would have a gun too. Oh, through the wall? That's not fair. Through the wall. That's not fair. Well, it might be. I might be able to attack through the wall. I don't remember. God dang it. The fact that they have weapons makes them worse! Break that weapon! Ugh. Bleh. Blah, blah, blah. Well, this isn't the way. Grab him when I want you to grab him. Really wish they'd stop trying to fight me. I can understand the beasties. But those guys? I don't want to hurt those guys. They're just doing their jobs. I gotta do mine, you know? Wait, really? That's a shortcut? Okay. I mean... sure. Whatever. Fine. I went the long way. It's cool.
Ice prevents the door from being opened.
Nope, wrong button.
Ice prevents the door
I
from
know.
being opened.
I know. There we go.
Isolating decontamination area. Emitting decontaminating nanoparticle. Remain in the center of the hatch contaminated. Hold your position until the hatch is completely open.
dead. Woo! Another one? Sweep! Get it? Not sweet, sweep. Path of the Whip. Do 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 do. Doop doop. Boop. Boop boop. I wonder what mastery does. Man. Let me just spam the same moves over and over again so I can get mastery. Find out what happens when it goes up a level. Maybe they'll stagger things better. That'd be cool. And I'd stop having my weapon go through them and everything, only to still get hit. Well, that was lucky that I stopped. Wow. That sucks. There we go. I'm climbing. I'm just a climbing. Oh my god. Doing bad. Doing so bad. Don't want that on. Oh, nice. Bannon. What? I'm feeling a little gypped on some of these deaths.
The acolytes must keep the antidote in the same.
Shut up. This is the last place? That's the last checkpoint right there? Give me some sip. Oh. Oh, wow. I can't freaking break them! Okay, the god dang... This is bullcrap! I'm not being hit by those freaking bullets and they're still hitting me sometimes. Whoop. I wish that I could grab them in midair. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I should be able to grab them anytime. Can't even break that van. Give me some sip. Oh wow, did I actually go the right way? I mastered punching? Counter-Strike punch. Wait, is this the way that I'm supposed to go? Really? Supposed to go through this little area that looks like the side area? Instead of up here? Pain box! Open that pain. I I think that's what the vagina is called whenever a girl is on her period. The pain box. Well, this elevator's gonna have fights in it. No doubt about that. Look at how big this elevator is. Wow, really? Okay. I really thought. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. No! Dang it. You went up one too many, man! God dang it. Alright. Let's see here. That one over there has steam coming from all sides. Except for the top. How am I supposed to get on top of it and... Okay. I was gonna get on top... Oh, friggin' awesome. I'm gonna get hit by all of this. Any of this. Wait. Why is there the ability to... Maybe. I mean, it got me somewhere new. That's all that really matters, right? Oh, it actually got me where I needed to go. Woo! Hmm. I'm just gonna go ahead and preemptively hide. That way I can look around. cursory glance. Doesn't seem like there's anything I can do as rats except for hide and run away if I get caught. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Emitting decontaminating nanoparticles. Remain in the center of the hatch.
Okay, there's another one. Should I? No. I don't think I could anyway. Of course I would make noise. I make less noise whenever I stick my hand in a pain box and it stabs me. I don't know if I had to do this, but I did it. Oh no, I had to do this, yeah. Eye scan. Why does it keep happening? Well, there was a... There was a hide thing right there. Yeah, right there. It's weird that I can't just do this anywhere. I guess it wouldn't be a video game if I could just do this anywhere. But realistically, he should definitely be able to do this anywhere. Not just in a pool of shadows Tenderly shadows. Why? Why would you do that? You didn't hear me. There's no way. There's no way you heard me. Man, he really just does not care about any of the technology that he sees. I know there's crazy stuff in his castle, but like airplanes, skyscrapers and stuff, it's like people who aren't me can do this now? I'm about to get the ability to teleport because I'm gonna drink your blood. Some kind of mist teleport. Oh, that's not good. Take bats! That didn't help the situation very much. Aw, I didn't get to drain him. Woo! No. This is so much better than the first game. Oops. I can see all the artwork? Come on, really? Alright, searching surroundings. Don't see me. I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to do. Come on! That was perfect. I guess I don't really know if he is actually going to. Yeah, he's totally going to. Good God! They do so much damage. They do ridiculous amounts of damage. That was cool. I can't. I don't like this camera angle. Did he just let one of those see me? What? Up. Up. He's having himself a time. Yeah, get it! Ah! All right. I need some health. This dude is nuts, man. I've done no damage to him? did I do no damage to him and I still won?
The next time you creep up on me from behind will be your last.
Yeah, you tell him, Dracky.
He fears you might need my help as you're still weak.
I can look after myself, boy. I don't need anyone's help. Least of all yours.
What are we looking for?
This train leads somewhere important. I saw many of their elite boarding. Find where this leads, and we'll find the antidote.
Come on, let's not waste any more time.
Next up, Castlevania. Do you think that that's gonna be like Alucard or something? So it's just Trevor.
We'll continue on this way.
Ooh. Oh, I could have used one of those, one of those relics that I've refused to use thus far on that fight. Really? Nothing over there? I mean, there doesn't have to be something in every little corner that's for nothing. But just felt like there would have been, you know? No, you gotta keep spinning until you hit the ground. All the way down.
Come on, let's not waste any more time.
I'm not wasting any time.
Zobek sent me. Thought you could use some help as you are still weak.
Lame. And I put it in the wrong one! And then I got shot by a friggin' shotgun.
I should look for the antidote. But Zobek's lieutenant is keeping an eye.
Nah. I don't exactly know how far I've gotten. But we're only like 3 minutes away from ending the stream, so I decided let's just look at some artwork real quick. Why she got no eyebrows? Why do scientists overpluck? She also got no butt. Ew. Ew. Oh, that's cool. Is that Alucard? Yeah, that's Alucard, aka Trevor Belmont. Yeah, that knight's totally. The knight that's with me is totally Alucard. Because look at the sword. Why is his legs alone? Ooh, now that's cool. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh. Ooh, hey, I was there. I remember that place. Don't remember that one. I remember that place. I kind of maybe remember that place. I remember that place. That was a door that I wanted to go check out, but I decided that that was the way I would go after doing the boss fight with Medusa, but I was wrong. Can't believe I've gotten so much of this already. That dude's lame whenever you take off his helmet. Why is he so lame? Basic grunt. Those guys. Size comparison. Cool. Jailers. Weirdos. Cool Medusa Boss. I liked this boss design. Thought it was pretty cool. Harpies. The blood golem thing. Blood castle golem. Who's that? These just randos? Oh hey, it was the people that he drank after getting his butt handed to him by that thing. I don't know these. I don't know those. How did I get this much? Whoa! All right, there we go. There we go. History of Dracula, 37%. Secrets is over 16%. Yeah, I'm terrible at finding secrets. Mastery with weapons. All right, well, anyway, that's going to be it for tonight's stream. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. A good Dracul night.